um, in countries all over the world, including the US and in India. The Nithyananda Gurukul Bala sons and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are demonstrating the powers of third eye. Here you can see demonstration for the Columbia School for the Blind in Washington, D.C. and in Chennai, India, a demonstration before Dr. Srinivas Rao and from the Agarwal Eye Hospital. And third eye powers initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and demonstrated with many doctors and medical experts and institutes taking the science to the visually impaired as well. This was a breakthrough that happened in 2019 with the initiated disciples being able to initiate and being blessed to initiate the visually impaired and them also being able to read while blindfolded. And you're seeing a couple of the photographs here of the live demonstrations of the powers all over the world in so many countries where the Balasans have even traveled across the world. Yes. And now let us watch a breakthrough video on how the initiation by Swamiji had literally been able to have this third eye powers be demonstrable in even the people who are born blind. We're going to be seeing this video now and then understand a new realm of possibility with the powers of third eye. Yes. So we also have many people joining us in the comments before we watch that video. We get it ready on our side. I'd love to interact with a couple of you. Ma Priya Premananda is asking for a two-way link. And just now, the social media manager has posted the registration for the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan. So please do follow that link. It's an events.kailasa.org link, and you'll be able to register and be able to have a two-way link. And we have many people, including Lakshmi R. Chandran, Ashish Rana, Dharmodayama, Shanti Raja Manikam, who is all joining us in the comments expressing their excitement. It would be so amazing to hear from you how much you're excited for the Bhagwan Sri Krishna Darshan today, the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan that we are all going to be experiencing today. How much are you yearning for it? How excited are you right now? Please do comment and I'd love to interact with you. Love to hear from each and every one of you about how excited you are. What are the preparations you're doing? During this darshan, of course, you can always offer the tambulam, you can offer naivedyams, you can offer whatever you want to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from wherever you are. And we have just enough time in order to gather, in order to make, if you'd like to, any kind of naivedyams, or in order to make an offering. And we'll be shortly also understanding what kind of ways you can offer your gratitude to Parandhama and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for manifesting in our lives. So now let us watch this breakthrough video where the born blind were actually given sight with the power of third eye.
પહેલાં મેં મંત્ર બોલ્યો તો પછી મારા ગુરુજીને યાદ કરીને પછી બોલ્યો.
ક્યાં દેખાયું આ શબ્દ? ક્યાં દેખાયું?
થર્ડ આઈ મારા દેખાય.
કઈ જગ્યાએ? થડાયેલા આંખોની બંને ઉપર કપાળમાં વચ્ચે.
અને અહીંયા આ દીકરી આંખમાંથી કપાળ દેખાય લાઈન.
Nithyananda, I am Nithyananda. I am part of the thousands of people whom Swamiji has initiated to be able to manifest extraordinary powers. One of the extraordinary breakthroughs that I had in the past 5 years was very recently when I visited the Blind People's Association here in Ahmedabad. It was for the first time I saw the blind children, the visually impaired children. With his one blessing, Swamiji just told that through me, he blessed me to be able to be one of his Divya Shariras, to be able to carry and radiate him through my body. And he told me that I will be able to initiate all of those children for them to see.
The Blind People Association, especially today in morning sessions. I am surprised to share that most of the participants, they could read words having with the blindfold.
P-O-W-E-K.
So P-O-W-E-R, and he said R as K. Wow, beautiful.
Beautiful. Excellent. Very nice.
Yes, so I want to just show this piece of paper, and that's exactly what is written.
Third eye as a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through these initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers.
One of the biggest gift to the humanity from Kailasa is third eye awakening, even for the born blind, visually impaired human beings.
Nithyananda, and welcome back everyone for the next segment of today's program. A very special Gita Jayanthi celebrations for all of us, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is blessing us with a very special Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan. So if you're watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, or via the two-way video conferencing, we invite you to share this with your friends and family. Invite everyone so that nobody misses this very special darshan that we are going to be having today. And just wanted to, as we are moving on to the next segment of today's program, just sharing with you some of the common myths that people have about third eye, right? They say that, okay, third eye is not real, we have only two eyes, and some people say, you know, reading through the two eyes could be, it's like a magic, or all these things. But actually, the third eye is very scientific. And there was scientific researchers done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where it very clearly showed Swamiji could open his third eye at will. There was a whole QEEG done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the PET scan, which very clearly showed that the Supreme Pontiff was able to, Swamiji could just open his third eye, and we were able to see it in the scan of the Swamiji's brain, where the frontal lobes were clearly lighting up. So one of the myths that people think is, or it's being shared common, is that the third eye is not real. However, actually, even medically, it is proved, and there are a lot of research which prove that the pineal gland, which is located in the location of the third eye, very close to the third eye, is regarded as a gateway to spiritual life as per ancient concepts about the soul. Recently, modern neuroscience has proven that the pineal gland is not only a mechanism, is not only a melatonin secreting neuroendocrine organ which controls the circadian rhythm, but it is also a mystical and energy associations with spirituality. It acts as a tremendous coordinator between molecular, hormonal, psychological, physiological, and chemical rhythmic orchestra. So very beautifully, the pineal gland does a lot more than what we normally think, and it is located very close to the third eye. And the research, this is directly from the research paper from the Institute of Medical Sciences, where they have done a lot of research on how the pineal gland does a lot of more things than we typically are aware of, and it's not just a melatonin secreting organ. And there are a lot of myths about third eye, which the Kailasa has taken the responsibility to do the scientific research. We have done scientific research to show what happens when the third eye is awakened. What happens when an initiated disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reads through his third eye. What parts of the brain, gets awakened. And we had shared some of these scientific researchers, the Pratyaksha Pramana, earlier in this segment. And if you actually see in terms of any of the concepts, the Hinduism is a greater science. Here you can actually see a screenshot of the research paper which was published by the Institute of Medical Sciences, where they say that the pineal gland is a spiritual third eye, and they have shown medically and scientifically how this is true. Can move on. And now we would like to share with you about some of the common issues, right? As we are learning today, as we are awaiting for the Parandama Vishwarupa Darshan and for Kailasa'S Gita Jayanthi celebrations, just wanted to share with you. When we are all watching, right, each of us go through some issues at some point in life, right? Whether it is health, wealth, relationships. So what are the 10 common issues that people face, that we typically face in our day-to-day life? And if you're watching us on YouTube, you can comment in the YouTube chat. What are the things that you relate with? What are the problems that we as human beings typically face? One is a health crisis. There comes a time in our lives where when we are not healthy, or it could be something minor or major, right? But some aspect of your health disturbs us, bothers us. The second could be workplace issues, where you have some kind of a conflict in the workplace, and where you question, am I really a team player? Am I really, can I manage these professional relationships better? You start questioning your own ability when things don't go the way you want. We can move on. And next, if you actually see in terms of relationships, in terms of friendship issues, right? We have some conflicts with our friends, it affects us. There are times where we have, in terms of some financial crisis, and in terms of, financial crisis, in terms of, friendship issues, and in terms of a lot of other emotional issues that we go through in terms of mental health issues that we go through. These are some of the various problems that we typically face on a day-to-day basis. Now the question is, where is the solution? What is the solution for these kind of problems? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm getting a message that the audio is really bad. So we'll just take a very quick break and we'll be right back. Yes, I'm extremely sorry that the audio is very bad. We'll be fixing it and we'll be right back with you after a very short break. Really sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back with you for a short break after fixing the audio glitch. We'll take a very quick break and we'll be right back too. Okay, Ken.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa'S, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyananda, and welcome back, dear viewers. Really sorry for the technical glitch. I hope all of you are able to see me and hear us clearly now. So I was just sharing with you about some of the problems that we typically face on a day-to-day basis, right? Whether it is emptiness, suddenly we feel like the life becomes dull, very unproductive. You feel like things are not going to change in our life. We face friendship issues where things don't go well with our friends, and we have sometimes like relationship friendships, and it's not going the way we want, and it creates a lot of conflict and hurt inside of us. The other problems that we face are sometimes we go through a financial crisis, right? Where suddenly out of the blue things are not going the way you want financially, and things are very tight, and you'll have to really think in terms of how am I going to manage my finances, and also the career pressure, where when you are on a path to being successful, you may face challenges like you're not getting the promotion at work, and things are not conducive for you at workplace. How much ever hard you work, it is not getting translated into a promotion or a career growth for you, and you feel frustrated, you feel irritated. These are some of the problems that we face in our day-to-day life. And also in terms of mental health issues, right? We may have some, suddenly we go through depression or anxiety or fear or some kind of an insecurity. And sometimes we may not even aware where these issues are coming from in our lives. So if you really look at life, right, the problems that typically we as human beings face on a day-to-day basis, kind of covers or falls under one of these categories. We may be able to relate with one or more of these problems and the issues that we are facing in our day-to-day life. Now, what is the solution, right? Now, how do we go and where do we go for solution for problems that we face on a day-to-day basis? And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed to us and has shared with us that Hinduism has a solution for each and every problem that we as a human being, as an individual face in our day-to-day life. Hinduism has solutions for every aspect, whether it is financial crisis, career pressure, or friendship issues, or anything, any problems that we as an individual face, that Hinduism has a solution for this. Yes, it could be unfair treatment where you feel like you're not being treated, you're not having justice, or or lack of inner peace where you feel you feel successful but there's something missing inside of us. So these are some of the issues that we face. We can move on. Now, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Hinduism has a solution for each and every issue that we face on a day-to-day basis. Hinduism is a cosmic science, and the ultimate cosmic principle that Hinduism is based on is ahimsa, non-violence. So not just in Canada or US or London or Germany or Australia, anywhere in the world, the Hindu locality, wherever Hindus live, that place that is prominently live and that is always considered a crime-free zone. Wherever Hindus are, they're very successful. They are the richest ethnic community. As the Supreme Pontiff has revealed and done a detailed research on all the Hindu community settlements all over the world and pretty much all the major developed countries. And Hindus are there in more than 150 countries worldwide. Hindus are present, and wherever they are extremely highly educated, very highly responsible. They don't have any kind of these they prepay the loan in time, the crime rates are low, they have stable family, children do really good at school. So there is a very stable culture and a very stable ecosystem that the Hindus bring wherever they settle and anywhere in the world. You can move on. So if you really see, Hinduism has a solution for each and every aspect of our life, whether it is at the individual level, family level, society level, community level, national level, global level. Right? So the most stable family system culture is the gift of the Hindu ecosystem. The Hindu ecosystem has the lowest drug abuse, legal and illegal, among the others, youth and children. It has the lowest teenage pregnancy, literally, practically negligible. And all these are not just based on statistics from one country. Everywhere Hindus have settled, we see the exact same type of community structure that is evolved, very stable, very responsible and stable family, no teenage pregnancy issues and no drug issues and no gang, people forming a gang and, no such kind of a gangster issues. We can move on. Hinduism has a solution for all these issues, not just individual, societal, or country level, but Hinduism has a solution for even for global issues such as climate change, global warming, violence, terrorism, every issue, whether at a global level, which affects every country, every human being, national level, societal level, family level, individual level, Hinduism has a solution for each of these. And all these solutions are embedded in the sacred scriptures of Hinduism. Now, Hinduism is a religion of greater science, extremely contributing. And whenever we lost the greater science, we become reluctant Hindus, criminally negligent. And wherever we did not lose the greater science, there we won the life. Wherever we are successful, we continue to see, even in places where the Hindus have settled abroad, it is because of our Hindu lifestyle and the Hindu concepts and the truths that have been put into us from the childhood that today we are successful. And it is our responsibility to inculcate that in the next generation as well. Hinduism has a solution for every aspect that we face. Hinduism has a solution for all the issues, not just individual, societal, or country level, but we have a solution for global issues such as climate change and global warming. Next slide. Today we are going to present to you, we can move on to the next one. Today we are going to present to you the importance of understanding about the greater science of Hinduism. Now let us take a look at why Hindus are successful. Number one, a greater visualization capacity raises our involvement in life. It reduces fears about life and the reluctance about the unknown aspect of life. Second, when you have more involvement in life, it naturally manifests as greater health, greater wealth, greater mental quality, our greater ability to visualize, greater ability to involve in relationships, greater ability to build your career, greater ability to build our possibilities, greater abilities to manifest powers and experience enlightenment. In every level, the greater science manifests in our lives, the greater possibilities or powers manifest in our life. So if you look at the Hinduism, how it impacts us in every level, and it leads to success in all dimensions of our life. And it is only when the Supreme Pontiff is revealing all of these, even we as Hindus understand this. Now let us take a look at how this greater science of Hinduism got destroyed. And not just destroyed, it is misrepresented, mistranslated, misinterpreted. Let us take a few examples. Now, today we are celebrating and observing the Gita Jayanthi celebrations and celebrating the day when one of the most sacred scriptures of Hinduism, Bhagavad Gita, was delivered to the world by the Purnavatara, Bhagavan Shri Krishna, to his intimate friend and disciple Arjuna. Now, this sacred text, as we know, and as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and as decoded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is literally a manual for life. If you just read and imbibe the Bhagavad Gita, every moment in your life, we can live lives with powerful cognition. We can literally live radiate Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Now, however, this very same book is today being abused and misinterpreted and mistranslated by the anti-Hindu elements that are out there. And it is important for us as Hindus to understand what is happening and how Hindu scriptures and Hindu books are being misrepresented and mistranslated to demean and to denigrate this greater science of Hinduism. Let us take a look. I invite each and every one of us to pay complete and give you a pure, authentic listening to this segment so we understand the importance of protecting this greater science today. Can move on to the next. Now, some of the common misconceptions I would like to present how Bhagavad Gita has been misrepresented today. Now, in an article called War and Peace in Bhagavad Gita, where the infamous Hindu author Bandai Doniger, who's an anti-Hindu author, I should say, characterizes. We can just move to the previous slide. Yes. So where Bandai Doniger calls Gita as an incitement to war, the book of peace, where Krishna himself was meant as a messenger of peace to stop the war, that book is being misrepresented, and Gita is being misrepresented as if Gita is inciting war. Bhagavad Gita is not a book as Americans think. Throughout Mahabharata, the Krishna goads human beings into all sorts of murderous and self-destructive behaviors such as war. The Gita is a dishonest book, writes the anti-Hindu author Bandai Doniger. We can move on to the next slide. How Gita is being misrepresented, as a book on terrorism. Here, this one of the article which says this work thus points out that although the Gita may seem as directly and explicitly as a terrorist as a Quran terrorist, the one against unbelievers, for instance, is equally inherent in the Gita, and the Gita can be fairly interpreted as a book of terrorism. So such abusive and hate literatures are being spread about Hinduism that are out there in the world, where even Hindus sometimes becomes victims of such abusive representations and abusive translations of our own scriptures. The next slide. Continuously it is being shared of how Bhagavad Gita, the ultimate scripture which promotes the eternity of our soul, and how it promotes us, moves us closer and closer to completion and ultimately the enlightenment science, how such a sacred scripture is being abused amongst us today. The next slide. And here is one more reference which says, as long as we want wealth and property, there is no escaping violence, and violence thus perpetrated has consequences that we are obligated to suffer, and Gita recognizes this. Just one more abusive reference to how Gita, the messenger, which has the message of peace, which has the message of completion, which has the message of ultimate surrender to the Guru and the ultimate devotion, how that scripture is being misrepresented and misquoted. Just some of the examples that are out there. Next slide. And if you actually see, there was a recent news where one of the here you see one of the shooting suspect. He has written an Instagram post before he actually went ahead and shot it. Did the shooting incident, and his post is now directly linked to Bhagavad Gita. Here he says, "Now I become death, the destroyer of the worlds. See you tomorrow, Oxford." The Oxford School shooting suspect, Ethan, wrote an Instagram page with his name on it, which has been deleted, which has now been deleted before executing the massacre on Tuesday that killed 4 and injured 7 others. The first half of the phrase was derived from the Hindu book Bhagavad Gita. This is what they are saying. But if you actually see, I request this is actually a name of a beer. I am death, the destroyer of world is a name of a beer. But in the news article, they do not even say that the shooting suspect is using the name of the beer and putting it from the beer, but they are misquoting and misrepresenting Bhagavad Gita and connecting it to the shooting suspect and what he posted in the Instagram. Absolutely misrepresenting and misquoting the very sacred Hindu scripture, which talks about peace, which talks about completion, which talks about enlightenment. But so much of hate speech is spread today against Hindus and Hinduism. Now here is another abusive and hatred, violence and hate speech spread against Hinduism. Here, if you actually see, here is one of the movies, the Bollywood movies, where the Arjun Kapoor, this movie is India's Most Wanted. In one of the teaser clip released about the movie, it shows a terrorist, who's what the movie is about, is offering prayers. The terrorist is offering prayers, and in the background, the Bhagavad Gita verses are being chanted. And the Bhagavad Gita's quotes resounds in the background, which says, "The soul never dies, only the body dies. I am not killing people, but I am transferring souls from one body to another. It is not me saying this, but it was said by Lord Krishna in the Gita." How the Gita, the scriptures where Varandama, Bhagavan Sri Krishna speaks about the eternity of the soul, how that very quote is misrepresented and very subtly inserted into the minds of Hindus. And when we as Hindus, without understanding how Gita is being misquoted, we ourselves become victim to such hate speech and psychological warfare. Even without us realizing, these kind of ideas are being inserted into us. It is extremely important we understand what is happening to Hinduism and take responsibility to share with the world the right narration of Hinduism. And very recently, I'm sure many of you would have heard, Bhagavad Gita was almost going to be banned in Russia because there was a trial that was happening. Bhagavad Gita, as it is, a trial in Russia, was a trial that commenced in 2011 about banning the Russian version of the book Bhagavad Gita, as it is, a translation and commentary of the Hindu holy text Bhagavad Gita, and on charges that the commentary fomented religious extremism. It contains a translation and commentary by the founder of ISKCON, Bhakti Vedanta Swamiji, Prabhupada, Srila Sri Prabhupada, the founder of the ISKCON movement and known as the Hare Krishna movement. And the Russian translation was almost about to be banned, and there was. We can move on to the next slide, where it very clearly shows that, how Bhagavad Gita was against the extremism and how it was inciting, violence and complete misrepresentation. Everywhere Bhagavad Gita was taught, people are more happy, people are more complete, people learn to live together, people learn the message of Krishna. His very life is celebration, his very life is joy. How can somebody who is joyful have such kind of an extremist thought? Which is absolutely untrue. But this is how Hindu scriptures today are being misrepresented amidst us. We can move on to the next. The Russian edition of Bhagavad Gita, as it is, which was put on trial in Russia. The trial was initiated in June based on an assessment of the book by the scholars of the Tomsk State University, which basically stated that the commentaries were they promoted religious, social, and racial intolerance. Isn't there a limit to how Hinduism could be misrepresented? The language which says as many parts, as many people, so many parts. Ekam sat vipra bahuda bhavanti. That is the core message, and ahimsa is the core message of Krishna and Hinduism. How can that scripture promote anything else, right? Absolute misrepresentation and an anti-Hindu narrative being spread and being propagated against Hinduism. So it's extremely important that we as Hindus understand how much of hate speech it is, which is out there, and it is our responsibility. See, Hinduism is a science solution for every problem an individual faces, a society faces, a country faces. But that greater science of Hinduism is not reaching the world today because of these mistranslations. And not just that, see, aside from Bhagavad Gita and a sampling of the vast compendium of Hindu dharmic texts, relatively a few texts have a comprehensive and a detailed modern translation. And this is especially true for Vedas. And if you actually see the translations of the Vedas, and you see, for the insight and misunderstanding in English of the various texts, such as the Vedas, one must often rely upon the translations dating back to the 1800s. And this is problematic because those translations of Hindu books were written with an agenda of conversion. So they were funded by the missionaries with an agenda to convert Hindus using the translation of the Hindu text to convert us to different religion. Because first of all, the Gurukul system was demolished. Second of all, we were not taught Sanskrit. So we could never understand and read the original books because Sanskrit was banned from being taught. Because then we have to rely on the English translation of our own texts. And when we read the English translation, they are written by people funded by the missionaries to translate Hindu texts for the purpose of conversion. How cunning it is, how cunning and sinister these thought currents are. And even if you see the translation, moksha means liberation, but it is getting translated into salvation, which is a Christian term. Papa is being translated as sin, but Papa is not. Dharma, there is no translation for the word dharma in Hinduism. So they are non-translatable words of Sanskrit which are being forced into a context which will fit other religions. So the very context of translating the Hindu scriptures was for the purpose of conversion. And even today, even I have been a victim of such these Max Mullerian translations of our Hindu textbooks, because the Hindu scriptures, because there is no other translations available. We can move on to the next. And as we are watching this, I invite each and every one of you to share your thoughts, share your comments in the YouTube live chat. As you're listening to this, what is happening? How do you feel about what is happening to Hinduism today? Then most Western translators of the Vedic text had a hidden missionary agenda and clearly expressed a bias against Hinduism, and they translated Hindu books, and those are the only Hindu translations that we Hindus even today depend upon. For example, Monier Williams, who was quoted as that 90%, he was quoted as saying we are demon worshippers, and completely abused and mistranslated the Hindu texts. And if you actually see the very agenda, they write articles, they translate Hindu text only with an agenda that we Hindus are used as a tool. All these translations are used as a tool for missionary conversion. The next slide. Says India has been conquered once, but India must be conquered again, and that second conquest should be a conquest of education. And that was when the Gurukuls were completely destroyed by the British rule. And according to a letter which Max Muller wrote to his wife, it has been revealed that he was employed to translate the Vedas in such a way that the Hindus lose faith in them. He was also qualified in Sanskrit, and that was the time that the Indians did not even understand the language. The Sanskrit was purposely banned in schools, and the missionary funded and the invaders funded translators, they were the ones translating the sacred Hindu scripts. Muller published a complete Rig Veda in Sanskrit using manuscripts available in England, found in the collection of the East India Library. So our scriptures are destroyed in the Hindu nations. Scriptures are stolen and taken to foreign countries, and they are being translated, rather mistranslated, and those mistranslations are forced upon us. So when Hindus read the mistranslations of our own scriptures, we lose faith in them. The next slide. Now, a very popular American textbook, where probably if you grew up in America or if you studied in a school in America, this textbook is something that you would probably encounter. Now, the textbook is called Tradition and Encounters, a Global Perspective of the Past, written by Jerry and Herbert. Is the source of hateful mythology against all Eastern religions, especially Hinduism. Now, this book is taught to standard 10 students and many other college students in the USA. This is where most Americans read in schools, and they form their opinion about Hinduism and Buddhism by reading this book. Now, this imaginary hateful concept against Hinduism that was preached by the Max Muller is the basis of this book. So Max Muller translates it with an agenda that Hindus should hate Hinduism, and that Max Mullerian translation is the source for this book, which is now being taught in the schools in the US. So if you have children who are going to the school in the US, what they are learning about the greatest science of Hinduism is all these completely abusive representations of Hinduism. And this book, Hinduism is the world's third largest religion, and it has only 3 pages, and those 3 pages are abusive material and abusive narrative of this greater science of Hinduism. Can move on to the next. So the world's third largest religion has only 3 pages dedicated to the mostly fake narrations of Hinduism. Next slide. So it is very important that we understand what is happening to Hinduism and really what is the solution. How do we share this greater science of Hinduism to the world? And how do we present this greater science of Hinduism to the world? And the responsibility we as Hindus need to understand. The supreme point of Hinduism is reviving the Nithyananda Hindu Library, Kailasa'S Jnanalaya, the Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library, which is currently the world's largest collection on Hinduism. Now, if you look at the vision and the mission of the Nithyananda Hindu Library, how Swamiji is taking responsibility for sharing the right narrative, decoding all the Hindu scriptures. Swamiji has given commentary on Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, and Yoga Sutras, and Brahma Sutras, and Upanishads, because today majority of the translations that are available out there are anti-Hindu translations, and we do not know how to demarcate and how to disassociate ourselves with these anti-Hindu translations. So it's very important that we share the right science and the right translations of the Hindu scriptures, first of all to Hindus and to humanity at large. Okay, so Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the world's oldest civilization on the planet, the glorious civilization. We have 100 million source books. It's not, we just not have just one source book, we have 100 million source books. And we are going to be sharing with you what is Swamiji's vision. One source book is sufficient for a religion to emerge, creating a Vatavarana where every human being flourish and experience the ultimate state of the Supreme Self. Now, if you see for any civilization, for any religion, the scriptures are the root. And based on the source scriptures, the legitimacy of the source scriptures, the tree of that religion grows. And here you see whether it is historical legitimacy, political legitimacy, cultural legitimacy, spiritual, religious legitimacy, social, economical legitimacy is rooted in the legitimacy of the Hindu scriptures. So it's very important we preserve and protect these Hindu scriptures. And here is the Hindu scripture tree, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has beautifully categorized the 100 million source scriptures of Hinduism in the main categories being Shrutis, the unchangeable truths, Smritis, the code of conduct, then we have the Itihasas, which are the epics, then we have Puranas, and we have the Darshanas. Now, the vastness of the Hindu scriptures, just to give you an idea, the Vedas have 10,600 verses. The Kamika Agama alone has 100 crores of verses. The Agneya Agama has 30,000 crore verses. 1 crore is 10 million. So the Kamika Agama itself has millions of verses. There are these 18 Puranas, which have more than 400 verses in the major Puranas. So the Hinduism as a religion has 100 million source books. But unfortunately, 80% of these source books today are lost on the face of the planet. 80% are already lost. Only 20% of the source books are remaining today on the planet Earth. 80% of the greater science of Hinduism is lost. And we can move on to the next. And what can we do today? And how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is taking responsibility to revive these 100 million source scriptures of Hinduism. We can move on to the next one. The various references that we have about the various source scriptures, the sciences, the science of astrology, astronomy, mathematics, whether it is the science of cooking, everything is there rooted in the source scriptures of Hinduism. And the Hindu scriptures have a solution to every problem an individual, a society, a country, or globally that we are facing today, even including the most critical crisis that the world facing today, that of climate change, that of global warming. Hinduism has a solution for these, and all these solutions are embedded in the source scriptures of Hinduism. And through the Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library, we can move on to the next. And through the Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all the 100 million source scriptures of Hinduism. And as we share more about Swamiji's vision of Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library, and how Swamiji is reviving the library project and reviving the source scriptures of Hinduism, we'll be right back with you after a very short break. We'll take a very quick break and we'll be right back with you.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa'S, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely.
Welcome back, everyone. We were sharing with you how today the 100 million source scriptures of Hinduism, only 20 million source scriptures are even available on the planet Earth. Out of the 100 million, 18% of the Hindu scriptures is already lost. And we have almost 100% of the Hindu university knowledge communities, 7 genocides of Kashmiri Pandits, from 3 to 6 lakhs were brutally kicked out. genocide of Shivacharyas in Tamil Nadu under the atheistic government, destruction of Hindu universities and libraries, world's largest Tamil Hindu library, the Jaffna Public Library, was burnt. We lost majority of the Hindu scriptures. And not just that, the Nalanda University, the Takshashila University, which were the source of where our palm leaf manuscripts and our scriptures were stored. 13,000 universities across Bharat and 100,000 gurukuls were destroyed in the states of Bengal and Bihar. Just in these two, 13,000 universities were destroyed. It's extremely alarming and extremely burning. Just Nalanda, 9 million books were burned by the Islamic invader Bakhtiyar Khilji. Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, Telhar universities, all these universities have, their libraries were completely destroyed. The universities were destroyed. So we could not connect with our Hindu scriptures, and the Hindus were alienated from our own scriptures, and we were forced to read the Maximilian translations of our own scriptures. The next slide. We can go on to the next. And every Indian temple was supposed to have a library. Today, all the libraries in all the temples have been destroyed. There is a very clear reference in the Kamika Agama which says every temple is supposed to have a library in one of the corners of the temple. And here is a reference from the Kamika Agama. But all the libraries, when we go to a temple today, you do not see a library there because all the libraries were systematically destroyed. Even when the temples were not, the libraries, the source scriptures were destroyed. The next slide. So here you can see the sad state of affairs of the Hindu scriptures. Even the 20 million that are remaining on the planet Earth today, what is the state of those scriptures? You can take a look at these pictures. The next slide. And it is the supreme pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library. How Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapa. Bhagavan Sri Krishna tells Arjuna in the due course of time, yogo nashta parantapaha, this science was lost. And that is what has happened. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna had to happen again as Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham to revive these source scriptures. So the entire mission of Kailasa is to revive the enlightenment ecosystem. And one of the aspects and one of the dimensions of the revival of Kailasa is reviving the Hindu source scriptures through the Kailasa'S Nithyananda Library, which is the Nithyananda Hindu Library project, the Nithyananda Jnanalaya project. And we invite each and every one of you to come and be a part of the project, to offer your time, talent, and treasure. Come and be a part of the project. And we invite you to come and join us as Sarvingapita Yajamans, as people. You can contribute any amount towards this project, because it is with the Hindu source scriptures today as we are celebrating the Gita Jayanthi. We, each and every one of us, have to take responsibility to protect these Hindu scriptures, because for our next generation, we need to protect the greater science of Hinduism. Swamiji is taking the responsibility on himself. We can move on to the next slides. Swamiji is taking the responsibility on himself to revive the 100 million source scriptures of Hinduism. The 20 million which is out there, we have a team of sannyasis and we have a team of volunteers all over the world collecting every Hindu book that is out there, creating the largest library of Hindu books physically and digitally. And we have, team of volunteers who are traveling the length and breadth of India and all the Hindu nations, Nepal, and collecting all the palm leaf manuscripts, even if they are broken, even if they are termite infected. We collect all of them. We can move on to the next slides. We collect all of them, we preserve them, and we digitize them and make it available on the cloud. So Swamiji's vision of Nithyananda Hindu Library is to make available to humanity every scripture that is out there, every book that is out there, all the scriptures, and create that epicenter of all scriptures, which will locate, acquire, collect, organize, publish, preserve, and teach and spread the Shastras. So any support that you give to the Nithyananda Hindu Library project will go a long way in making these scriptures available to Hinduism, in doing the right translation, in decoding these scriptures with the truthful and the factful narrations of what is there in the scriptures, as opposed to the mistranslations and the conversion agenda based translations of Hindu scriptures. So today we are in a dire need to revive these 100 million source scriptures. Now, the 20 million source scriptures are being gathered by a team of volunteers working all over the world, collecting from every temple, every library that we have, from every shop. We are collecting all the available Hindu scriptures. That is the 20 million. And as these 20 million are collected and Supreme Point of decodes and initiates us to understand the knowledge there, then the initiated disciples will be initiated to access the Akashic records, the cosmic archives, to retrieve even the 80 million lost scriptures of Hinduism. So these 100 million scriptures being able to be revived and translated and decoded has to happen within the lifespan. The 200 years, Swamiji said, is stretching his lifespan to 200 years. Now, 3,000 years of destruction of Hindu scriptures, we have only 200 years of revival. So even after the Supreme Pontiff has extended his lifespan to 200 years, it is only, not even a third, 3,000 years of destruction. We have only 200 years for revival. So even after Swamiji extending his lifespan to 200 years, we have extremely less, we have, just a very less time span to revive these Hindu scriptures. So this is an urgent basis. Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library is working to revive these Hindu scriptures as a part of revival of the enlightened ecosystem of Kailasa, as a part of the Sarvanyapita project. And we invite all of you, each and every one of you who are watching us out there, to come and join us and to be a part of this in whatever way you can. By contributing to the Kailasa'S Nithyananda Hindu Library project, which is a part of the Sarvanyapita project, a part of the larger vision of reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now, how can you be a part of the project? We invite you to contribute in whatever way you can, contributing your treasure to be a part of the project. Swamiji's vision is to share the Bhagavad Gita books in every hotel, in every business place, giving a free copy of the Bhagavad Gita decoded book. Million copies is to be distributed to all the hotels, wherever they are open to receiving these Bhagavad Gita scriptures, keeping it in every hotel room. And do we know that 79% of the hotel rooms carry Bible in their hotel rooms? And we have not taken the step to ensure every hotel room in every part of the world has also the Hindu scripture, Bhagavad Gita, available for people to read. So Kailasa is taking the responsibility and sharing the Bhagavad Gita book. Any hotel which wants in any part of the world, free copies are being distributed to be kept in the hotels, businesses, offices, hospitals, wherever they are ready to keep the Bhagavad Gita decoded copy. We are sharing the free copy of the Bhagavad Gita, physical copy, to be kept in all these places. That's number one. Number two is having a team which is collecting these Hindu scriptures and digitizing them and making it available in the cloud for each and every one of us to read and each and every one of us to utilize. So it's extremely important that each and every one of us become a part of this project and support the project in any which way. Now, what are the ways you can support this project? Now, you can support this project by becoming a Sarvanyapita Ejaman. And, especially now, as we are moving towards the 45th Avatar Day celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can take that step towards becoming a Sarvanyapita Ejaman. And Sarvanyapita Ejaman, as we are all aware, are people who contribute towards Kailasa, who contribute towards the mission of Swamiji in reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And you can take the first step towards Sarvanyapita by becoming a Sarvanyapita manifestor. So Sarvanyapita manifestor is one who manifests their path to become Sarvanyapita. They take the action and they say, okay, now I'm taking the first step towards Sarvanyapita to become a Sarvanyapita by becoming a manifestor. And the Sarvanyapita manifestors are those who contribute $5,000 or more towards the Sarvanyapita project. So you can sign up if you are not yet a manifestor of Sarvanyapita. You can sign up to become a Sarvanyapita manifestor. Take the first step today and support the cause of the revival of the Hindu scriptures. Support the cause of the revival of the enlightenment ecosystem. You can take the first step today to become a Sarvanyapita manifestor. All you need to do is just contribute $5,000 towards the Sarvanyapita project, and you get to become a manifestor, where you receive the blessings to manifest to become a full Sarvanyapita Ejaman. And for those of you who want to contribute any amount, you can even contribute whatever amount that you can to become a part of the project. and we'll be projecting the link for you to sign up to become a Sarvanyapita manifestor. For you to contribute to this project, you can go ahead and sign up in the link, and we will connect with you for you to become a part of Kailasa, for you to become a Sarvanyapita Ejaman. If you have not yet become an Ejaman, it says, Swamiji says, even if you have the intention to become a Sarvanyapita Ejaman, that is only after Swamiji has decided to shower on you, you will even have that intention. So on this auspicious day, the day when Bhagavad Gita was delivered to the world, you have an opportunity to sign up to become a Sarvanyapita Ejaman and just submit your intention. You can submit your intention to become a Sarvanyapita Ejaman. The link we will be projecting on the screen, which is tiny.cc/offering details. You can go ahead and sign up and just put your name, just put your intention out there, and you can share how much you would like to contribute towards the Sarvanyapita project, and we will connect with you and we will share with you the details. So the link for you to sign up is tiny.cc/offering details. You can go ahead and sign up to become Sarvanyapita Ejaman, to contribute towards the Sarvanyapita project. And if you want to contribute less than $5,000, you can contribute that as well, any amount. You can contribute towards Sarvanyapita. And if you are already a Sarvanyapita manifestor, any amount more than $1,000 that you put will be towards your Sarvanyapita contribution. If you are not yet a Sarvanyapita manifestor, you can even contribute less than $5,000. It will be going as a general donation to the project, not towards the Sarvanyapita journey. But if you are a manifestor, you can put any amount more than $1,000. If you are not yet a manifestor, first contribution that you need to make is $5,000 to be included in your Sarvanyapita contribution, and after that you can keep adding, you can keep paying towards your Sarvanyapita. So with that, we will now coming to the end of the session, and it's time for us to get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan. So let's get ready to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa'S, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivam will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
We get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy.
Nithyananda, we welcome all of you that have joined us today for this special Divya Chakshu initiation on this auspicious day of Gita Jayanthi celebrations. And today we are going to be having the very, very, very special, most awaited, the revelation of cosmic form of Parandhama through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We are going to be having the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan, the darshan of the cosmic form of Bhagavan, Parandhama, the consciousness, that ultimate divine consciousness of Parandhama. Now, as each and every one of us are preparing ourselves, awaiting to see that cosmic opulence of Parandhama manifesting itself in the Nija Avatara through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us all get ready with the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. And today we are going to be having a very, very, very special preparation process for receiving this magnificent darshan. So we request each and every one of you to settle down and relax from any distraction for the next 1 hour, for the next half an hour. Intensely connect to Parandhama, connect to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and prepare yourself as the process guides. And here I'm seeing so many people that are commenting, requesting Swamiji, the very avatar of Parandhama, the ultimate cosmic energy itself, to reveal this pure cosmic form. So many people are continuously commenting, and in a few more minutes, we are going to be beholding his cosmic form. So let us all now enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. This is a very, very powerful sacred chant that we are going to be chanting from the states of restful awareness for all of you that are gathered here today. You can, just by chanting the names of the people, offer this mantra to them. Especially when from the Pindanda, the Brahmanda is going to be manifesting, where we are going to be having a Vishwarupa Darshan. On this time, we are going to be offering our prayers to the whole world. We are going to be offering this Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, which is like an initiation, just like how when an avatar initiates, when he gives Diksha to you, the energy transmission happens same way. When the avatar, when we chant the mantra, it's Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, the avatar literally births himself in the form of these mantras and transfers the spiritual energy to all of us. So now let us all get ready and let's enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to the Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is a silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas,
When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Namo Pata Samasta Duritashaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya, who is the Lord of all gods, who is the lordest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, who is the Lord of the cosmos. Sakala Jagat Shrishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya आदिमध्यांतरहितस्य अप्रमेय पराक्रमस्य तत्त्वार्थगोचरस्य करौकारमकारात्मक प्रणवात्मकस्य वृषभारूढस्य महादेवस्य कामिकादिवातुलान्त महातन्त्राख्य शैवागमस्वरूपस्य सकलनिगमागमस्वरूपस्य शुद्धाद्वैतशैवस्वरूपस्य नित्यानन्दपरस्तस्य नित्यानन्दस्वरूपस्य शुद्ध सच्चिदानंद विग्रहस्य रूपारूपातीतस्य सकल निष्कल स्वरूपस्य नित्य निरंजन निरामय निर्विकार अखंडादि विशेषणस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूतस्य सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च प्रीत्यर्थम् शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बोद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषेण शिष्टायाम् अस्याः शुभतिथौ. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhupada is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Tithi, auspicious day, auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase, Kalpavrikshasya Araha, Nityananda Nagare, Smrita Smritana, Muktidayake, Mahakshetre. Now, we request all the participants, whether you're offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you're offering this for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. We now request all the participants, whether you're offering for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering for a female, kindly chant the names of all the female participants now. Namyaha cha yajamanaam avayoho sahakutumbanaam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodayavarganam samesham. For all those who are participants who send me, with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone. Sarva bhishta siddhyartam, sarva mangala vapyartam, uttarottaranava chinna sthiralakshmi prapyartam. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartam chinditamanorathavaapyartam. Let the family always be all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adhivyadhirityartam samesham shiradipadaparyanta vidyamananam sameshu angeshu janita janishyamana sakala vidha nana vidha roganam yapohatam tadvara rogdadagatravapusiddhartam. Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all the kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let the strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome and graceful body be obtained. समेषां परिकर्तृभिश्च कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविध मंत्र तंत्र यंत्र विषचूर्णाभिचार स्तंभन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मांत्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं let protection be obtained from all the deliveries of acts performed by people either in the past or it could be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting, ruining bad health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu dosha nivrityartham, kala mrityu, akala mrityu, durmrityu nivrityartham. Let all the doshas or ill effects related to death like this, time death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. समेषाम् अंतर्दृष्टि, बहिर्दृष्टि, क्रूरदृष्टि, व्यापारदृष्टि, अनुकूलदृष्टि, जाति सकलविध दृष्ट दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the evil effects of eyes known from unknown sources, effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are well wishers, and effects of evil eyes of people who are against this being be removed. समेषाम् अंतःशत्रु, बहिःशत्रु, क्रूर शत्रु, व्यापार शत्रु, अनुकूल शत्रु, प्रतिकूल शत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रु बाधा निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the effects of the inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, enemies who project against our well-being be removed. समेषाम् मातृशापादि सकलविध शापानां व्यपोहनार्थं. Let all the effects of all curses right from the mother be removed. अनादि अविद्या वासनया प्रवर्तमाने अस्मिन् महति संसार चक्रे विचित्राभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकधा जनित्वा. From time immemorial due to ignorance we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action we take birth again and again in various parts of the various bodies, which is quite strange. Kenapi punya karma visheshena bhagavatah Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya parinitaya krupaya idhanim tana manushya janma praptavatam. Yet due to some good action with extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. समेषाम् इह जन्मनि पूर्व जन्मनि जन्म जन्मान्तरेषु सर्वैः कृतानां शिव निन्दा देवी निन्दा गुरु निन्दा दोषव्यपोहार्थं शिवापराध देव्यपराध गुरुपराध दोषव्यपोहार्थं. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or in any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. ब्रह्म हत्या सुरापान स्वर्णस्तेय गुरुकल्प गमन तत्संसर्गाख्य पंचमहापातकादि समस्त पापव्यतिरिक्तार्थं. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures are associating with those people who have committed one or other mentioned sins be removed. Api cha sarvai balye vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhakye cha. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, as an old age person, Jagyat, Sapna, Shakti, Avasthasu. Let all the karmic effects of action done in the variable dream or deep sleep state, Anendriya, Jnanendriya, Vyaparihi, Sambhavitanam, Rahasyakritanam, Prakashakritanam, Atipatatanam, Prapatatanam, Sangarikarananam, Malinikarananam, Aparikarananam, Jati Dhamshakanam, प्रकीर्तितानां एवं नवानां नवविधानां बहूनां बहुविधानां सर्वेषां पापानां सद्यः. Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping of women, unjustifiable sins, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 sins and 9 types of sins, more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. अपनोदन द्वारा समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थं शिव भक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरु भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवत्व परमशिव स्थिति परमशिव शक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं. Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all of preciousness. Let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the stage of the Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva and powers of Paramashiva be obtained. कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थम् अन्योन्य प्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम् पूर्णजलसिद्ध्यर्थम् सर्वापरिवृद्ध्यर्थम्. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness. Let the mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed. Chiprarogavaptyartham ayurvivriddhyartham. Let healthy body be obtained. Sustaining be healthy. Let longevity be bestowed. Vyapari udyoge cha sarvajana vashikaranartham tadvara unnato radasthana praptyartham. Let your Krishna impress everyone in business and job, and through that let attain the best of the best position. बहुधन सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम गृह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धन धान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम. Let exceedingly wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grain, and all the comforts related to worldly life. Aditya-dhinam navanam grahanam anukulyata nivaranatham Aditya-dhinam navanam grahanam dosha pida nivaranatham. Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let auspiciousness be settled by the grace of all the 9 planets. Bhumyantarikshe vidyamana bhuta preta pishacha rakshasa brahma rakshasa vetala kushmanda dakini shakini ityadi sarva rishta nivaranatham. Let all the evil effects of God's calamities on planet, the evil effects of various evil beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demon, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, ghost, Kushmanda, class of demons, Dakini, the devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed. Manovyakulata nivaranartham. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed. Prarabdhe karmani karishyamane karmani adidaivika adibhautika adhyatmika vigna nivaranartham. Let all the obstacles be removed with regards to action done or going to be done relating to God, world and spirituality. Samasarana nivaranartham. Dhana Lakshmi, Dhanya Lakshmi, Santana Lakshmi, Saubhagya Lakshmi, Vidya Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Veera Lakshmi, Vijay Lakshmi ityadi Ashtalakshmi Paripurna Kripakataksha Siddhartham. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhana Lakshmi, wealth, Dhanya Lakshmi, food and grain, Santana Lakshmi, offspring, Saubhagya Lakshmi, fortune, Vidya Lakshmi, knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi, bravery, Veera Lakshmi, heroism, Vijay Lakshmi, success be showered upon. Pariksha Sunatasthane Jaya Prapyatam Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyatam Medha Shakti Grahana Shakti Abhivriddhatam. Let the top rank be obtained in the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let the memory, power, understanding, ability be increased. Ityadi Sakalavidha Sanmangalani Guru Kripa Katakshena Prapyatam. By the grace of the Guru, let all the above auspiciousness be showered upon. Shri Kailasa'S Dvadashanta Shyamala Pita Ruda Shri Meenakshi Sundarekara Bhinna Swarupa Parashara Ratna Kumara Guru Manya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Tanya Padala Prati Vyajnana Vishwata Sakara Nikama Dhamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravatre Jamma Guru Sayani Kvaldavata the one who received enlightenment by taking the breast milk of Devi Parvati, author of the famous Dravida Veda, which is the essence of all the Vedas in Agama, Srimad Paramashivoham Samadhika Mukta Chaturishraya Nagiyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnakaladi Samasta Birada Valyalamrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti. The one adorned by the quadrangular palanquin made of pearl, besieged by the grace of Paramashiva, adorned by musical instruments, umbrella, chamber, and the sacred symbols of worship, etc., adorned by the hands of praises, the one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment, and the science of enlightenment has been accepted by all the kings and supreme ruler. Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishana Jimota Paramata Kalva Kesari. The showerer of Videha Mukti, an immutable state of enlightenment immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people, the one who creates bliss, protecting leader, the roaring lion and trumpeting angel, and fatherly Jai Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shridhara Raja Pandya Maharaj Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhana Vikshana Narhara Tajo Chedana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre. The Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Guru of Pandya, king who is the supreme of king of all kings, Raja Guru of Pandya, king who is the supreme king of all kings. The Guru is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings, enlightening sun that removes utter darkness of delusion, the creator and reviver of Shaivism. Savajna Pitha Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Dejika Swami Vagi Sundra Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudutta Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Navadutta Distama Guru Mahasannidhana. The one who is the ruler of Sarvajna Pitha, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar such with above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Aptar Sundara and Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shyamala Pita Mahasamasthana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, O the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana. Ishara Paramparaga Karunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana. The one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Aranagiri Yogi. Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Trayastam Chadutrayashtama Guru Mahasannidhana. The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita as the 233rd point of Guru Mahasannidhanam in the lineage of Kailasa. Nityotsava Nityamangal Nitya Kalyana Nitya Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita Mahasamasthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre. The creator of Nithyananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating auspicious festival and having the attractive energy of enriching. Sacha Shri Paramashivam Bhuta Kailasa Paramparagat Vaivasutamaksha Karichandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shri Nitya Janavachinna Sarabhama Chakrati Paramparagat Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samraj Murdha Vishikta Chudamani Sacha Shri Paramashivam Bhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punarudhrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtotra Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara. 1018 Shri Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila. Saksha Shri Paramashivam Samasta Gananayaka Shri Mahaganapati Samaram Dhanavachinna Pita Dishwara Guru Parampara Praptatla Pita Ashtotra Sahasra Ashtotra Sahasratam Ashtotra Sahasra Shatla Pitadishwara. 1008 Shatla Pitadishwara Patla Pita, which is an unbroken lineage of quantum starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of all the Ganas, who is coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. Dharma Mukti Swarga Praswarna Pita Trayovamsha Guru Mahasannidhana. The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swarga Praswarna Pita. Kailasa Paramparagat Adipita Sarvanya Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punarudharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shri Mat Paramahamsa Pariviradrikacharya Bhagya Satchidananda Pranasurupa Shrotriya Brahma Nishta Shri Jagat Guru Shri Rashmi Bhagar Shri Nithyananda Parameshwar Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami Namulityatam Tesham Padara Vidayo Bhakti Siddhvatam Guru Kriparakasha Siddhvatam Shema Stairya Virya Vijayira Arogya Ishwarya Namaviridvatam Dharmatakam Mukshatrita Palapurishata Siddhvatam Mama Sasadritopashantyam Samasta Mangalavapyatam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Parameshwar Prasadena Sakabrumbhasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyatam Chaya Nithyanandeshri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshri Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshri Paramashi Avatar Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Dhyana Shodasopachara Sarvopachara Archanaradhana Puja Prarthanam Karishye. Om Anandagandhanilaya Namaha Om Bhavaroga Beshajaya Namaha Om Kalpatarave Namaha Om Pashupataye Namaha Om Pashimochakaya Namaha Om Ipsitapaladayakaya Namaha Om Bhagyarati Parivartakaya Namaha Om Madhuryavinashakaya Namaha Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha Om Vidati Purishaya Namaha Om Shri Kailasapataye Namaha Om Shri Vashakyaitya Surupaya Namaha Om Him Nithyanandaya Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatar Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Shri Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami Ne Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. Now, you all are going to be entering into a very, very, very special preparation for receiving the Vishwarupa Darshan. We request everyone to immediately gather all your family, friends, everybody that are waiting to receive the darshan today. Actually, we can see how each and every one of you are filled with that seeking, just the same way how Arjuna was filled with the quest, was filled with the deep thirst to experience that cosmic form of Sri Krishna, the Parandhama, the Parabrahma Krishna. Same way, each and every one of us, the millions and millions of Arjunas, all of us that are waiting to behold the cosmic opulence of Bhagavan Parandhama manifesting himself through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Each and every one of you that are in that same yearning as Arjuna, each and every one of you that are amidst the battlefield of your life and waiting and eager to have the darshan of Krishna, the guidance of the cosmos himself to steer and chariot your life into the path of bliss. To each and every one of you, we will all be entering into a very, very, very special process now. Let us all bow down to that ultimate Parandhama Krishna, the sacred chant. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanooramardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. And let us all go down to our Guru by chanting the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. 5,000 years ago, on this same day, in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, stood Nara, the best of men, the representation of the whole of humanity. Facing in front of him, Narayana, the divine ultimate consciousness, the cosmos itself, descended in its human form. 5,000 years ago, on this very day, in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, appeared the song of God, Bhagavad Gita. And today, 5,000 years later, just as he promised in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, when he said, Yada yada hi dharmasya dhlanir bhavati bharata. Whenever the world goes through that flow, he promised to the world that he would appear again and again and again. Now, to each and every one of you that are sitting before us, in that each and every one of you that are just like Arjuna in the Kurukshetra of your life, in the battlefield of your life, you are here facing Narayana, the best, the ultimate divine consciousness, descended in its human form as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Let us all now witness the exact same moment that Arjuna, the best of men, Nara, what he beheld in front of him. We are all now going to see and listen to exactly how that cosmic event unfolded itself. 5,000 years ago, to receive the darshan amidst the entire battlefield, which had great people like Bhishma Pitamaha, what was that space was Arjuna in to receive that darshan? Let us now actually listen in his own words. In what state of mind was he in? How he requested Krishna for having the darshan which even the greatest of rishis, the greatest of men could not receive. But a mortal Arjuna, who was of course Nara, the representative of whole humanity, how he requested Bhagavan Krishna. Today, all of us are in the same state. So we request everyone to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Just be in a complete space of listening. Understand? When you are completely open, Ganga is flowing continuously. Whether you are taking her water in a spoon or a mug or a bucket, it's up to you. Like that, open your inner space as vast as possible, because what we are going to witness in a few more minutes is something extraordinary. The whole cosmos is manifesting itself in its purest form as Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan. And what state we are supposed to be in and how to receive the darshan is what we are going to be guiding you step by step. Let us now see how this cosmic event unfolded itself as Arjuna was waiting to see Bhagavan Krishna. So are each of us waiting to behold that cosmic opulence. Let us now listen how these events unfolded. Arjuna Vacha Madanograhaya Paramam Guhyam Adhyatma Sanghitam yaktavyoktam vachastena mohohyam vigato mama. Arjuna says, "Oh Lord, by listening to your wisdom on the supreme secret of existence and your glory, I feel that my delusion has disappeared." Bhavavyayau hi bhutanam shrutau vistarasho maya tvakta kamalpatraksha mahatmyam api chavyayam. Arjuna continues, "O lotus-eyed Krishna, I have listened from you in detail about the creation and destruction of all living beings and also your inexhaustible greatness. Evametadyatatha tamatmanam parameshwara drashtum ichchami te rupam aishwaram purushottama." Arjuna then asked Bhagavan Krishna, "O Parameshwara, Lord Supreme, though you are here before me as you have declared yourself, I wish to see the divine cosmic form of yours, Purushottama, the Supreme Being." Understand, at this point, Arjuna, who represents the entire humanity, drops everything else and is in that ultimate seeking, requesting Parandhama, requesting Bhagavan Shri Krishna to reveal his cosmic form. All that Arjuna has in him is just that seeking. Just reveal to me your great cosmic form. You have showered me with all this great enlightenment and knowledge. O Lord, please reveal your cosmic form. Understand, by now, Arjuna's delusions all have disappeared. Nothing else mattered to him. He's just filled with that seeking, that intense prayer to just see Krishna, to receive his cosmic, the supreme form of Bhagavan Krishna as Parandhama. Arjuna continues, "Manyase yadi tachakyam maya drashtum iti prabho yogeshwara tato me tvam darshayatmanamavyayam." Arjuna then asks Sri Krishna, "O Prabhu, my Lord, if you think it is possible for me to see your cosmic form, then please, O Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga and all mystic power, kindly show me that imperishable universal self." Having said thus, Arjuna bowed in front of Sri Krishna, waiting to behold the cosmic form. Understand, all of us right now that have gathered here, it is this moment that all of us have been waiting for. Pour your seeking in the comment section, in whichever form that you want. Let us all get into that space of what Arjuna was in, to receive, waiting to receive the darshan. Understand, 5,000 years ago, what Arjuna asked Krishna stands till today as a question and quest of humanity. Today, each of us, me, you, every one of us are all standing amidst the battlefield of our life, looking towards the Supreme, towards Parandhama, as he has manifested in his, the universal form has manifested in the physical human form as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Bhagavan continues. Shri Bhagavan uvacha pashyadityan vasun rudran ashwino marutastatha bahunya drishta purvani pashyascharyaani bharata. Bhagavan Sri Krishna then resounds. He says, "Oh my dear Partha, behold now my hundreds and thousands of forms, of infinite divine sorts, of infinite colors and shapes. Ihaikastham jagat Pashyayatya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanya drashtumichhasi." Bhagavan Krishna continues, "O Bharata, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Ashwins, the Marutas, and all the other gods. Behold the many wonderful forms which no one has ever seen before." Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Uktva Tatho Rajan Mahayogeshwaro Harihi Darshayamasa Parthaya Paramam Rupamaishwaram. Hearing this divine conversation between Arjuna and Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Sanjaya narrates, "O Arjuna, see at once now in this body of mine the whole universe completely. In this one place, all the moving and unmoving, and seeing everything else you desire to see also." And saying thus, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the Raja, the Mahayogeshwaro Hari, he reveals his cosmic form to Arjuna. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, just before revealing his cosmic form to Arjuna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, "Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Nato Mam Shakyase Drashtum Anenaiva Swachakshusha Divyam Dadami Te Chakshu Pashyam Me Yogamaishwaram." Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, "But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence." Today, all of us are going to be receiving this Divya Chakshu to behold his cosmic opulence as an initiation from him itself. Understand, like how when Arjuna was praying to Krishna and yearning, and Krishna said, "Oh Arjuna, you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence." And today, the exact same, as each and every one of us are standing in the same seeking and yearning as Arjuna, Bhagavan Parandama, who is walking the planet Earth as the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji is bestowing all of us with that same Divya Chakshu, the divine third eye. Let us then see what happens. Sanjaya Uvacha Eva Muktva Tato Rajan Mahayogeshwaro Harihi Darshayamasa Parthaya Paramam Rupamaishwaram. Sanjaya said, "O king, having spoken thus, the great lord of yoga, Mahayogeshwara Hari, Sri Krishna, showed Arjuna his supreme cosmic form." Sanjaya continues, "Anekavatra nayanam, anekadbhuta darshanam, aneka divyabharanam, divyanekodyathayudham." Sanjaya tells the form that Sanjaya is seeing, that is happening, the form that descended in the field of Kurukshetra. He says, infinite mouths and eyes with infinite wonderful sights, infinite divine ornaments, and the involuminous divine weapons uplifted. दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरम् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयम् देवम् Anantam Vishwatomukham. Sanjaya narrates how Arjuna is beholding. Sanjaya says, Arjuna saw this universal form wearing the divine garments and clothing, anointed with celestial fragrances, wonderful, resplendent, endless, with faces on all sides. यदि भासदृशि सा स्याद्भासस्य महात्मनः. Sanjaya describes the intense, the resplendence of that form. He says, if the splendor of 1,000 suns were to blaze all together in the sky, it will be the splendor of that mighty being, of that Parandhama. Understand, this whole verses is a narration of the happening of Vishwarupa, how Krishna revealed himself before Arjuna in the exact words, directly by Arjuna and by Sanjaya. One important thing to note here, all these happens when Krishna freezes the time and amidst the battlefield. Understand? Darshan is not restricted by space or time. Rather, darshan happens the moment you're lifted out of space and time. Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava means the attitude. Samadhi, Sama means oneness. Adi means source. The attitude or aspect through which we feel oneness with the source itself is this Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Today, on this auspicious day of Gita Jayanthi celebrations, we all are too blessed to receive the Vishwarupa Darshan of Parandama himself. When this happens, literally we enter into that very space that the avatar is radiating in front of us. Here, actually in the further verses, when Arjuna starts describing Bhagavan, so beautifully Swamiji quotes saying, Arjuna was literally in the very space of Bhagavan Parandama himself, because that is the very space that all of us will be entering when we experience that mirroring of neurons happening during the darshan. Then Sanjaya continues to narrate. He says, Tatraikastham jagat kritsnam pravibhaktamanekadha apashya deva devasya sharire pandavastada. He says that in the body of the God of gods, the Pandava then saw the whole universe resting in one, with all its infinite parts, all its infinite glory. Tatasavisyamamaya vishto krishtaro madhananjaya pranamya shirasa devam kritanjalirabhashata. Sanjaya describes Dhananjaya filled with wonder, his hair standing on its very edge, his head bowed down in his palms, and he looked at the very Lord with his palms joined together. Now, each and every one of us are in that same state as Arjuna, with our hands bowed together, eager, filled with the thirst to behold the cosmic opulence of Parandhama, as each and every one of us stand amidst our battlefield of life, the Kurukshetra. We are all standing in front of us, having the cosmos, the existence, the Parandhama, the Parabrahma manifested in his Nija Avatara as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Just as Arjuna stood there, Nara, the best of men, representing the whole of humanity, stood in front of Narayana, the ultimate divine consciousness. So are we today, standing in front of the ultimate divine consciousness, Parandhama, Narayana, as he has manifested in his Nija Avatara. Let us all prepare now with the meditation to receive, to behold that cosmic opulence, to behold the Vishwarupa Darshan of Bhagavan Parandhama as he is manifesting himself through the Nija Avatara. Let us all get ready. We are going to be having a very special guided meditation. So we request everyone to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. We are going to be preparing ourselves, our inner space to receive the Vishwarupa Darshan. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Let us all now enter into the meditation process. Pray intensely to the Parabrahma Krishna, to the universal consciousness, in whatever name you know, in whatever form you know. Pray to that energy to give a glimpse of his being to you. A glimpse of the experience that Arjuna received and which all the enlightened masters experienced. Just as Arjuna stood in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, praying to Parandhama, to Krishna, to reveal his cosmic form. So are we standing amidst the battlefield of life to receive the Vishwarupa Darshan. Relax. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Pray intensely to Parabrahma Krishna, the universal consciousness. Pray to the universal energy. It responds to your thoughts. Your prayers are not dead words, they are living communication. Pray to Parabrahma Krishna to give you a glimpse of the experience that Arjuna received and which all the enlightened masters experienced. Inhale as deeply as possible and as slowly as possible. Relax from all your distractions. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Inhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Concentrate and bring your attention between your eyebrows, in your brow center, with your eyes closed. Bring your entire awareness on your Agnya chakra, your brow center. Slowly but very deeply concentrate on your Agnya chakra without forcing yourself. Put your entire awareness naturally on your Agnya chakra. The Agnya chakra is your brow center, the region where your third eye is located. Slowly, very deeply, concentrate on your Agnya chakra. Don't force yourself. Put your entire awareness naturally on your Agnya chakra. Now, slowly start visualizing the whole universe moving inside your head. Visualize all the stars, planets, galaxies, all the suns, moons, stars, solar systems, galaxies, everything is moving in your head. It is all moving inside your head. Bringing your entire awareness into your Agnya chakra. Start visualizing that the entire universe is moving inside your head. Inside your inner space, see the sun, moon, and all planets. Visualize this clearly, intensely. Slowly relax the body. Be one with the universal consciousness. Feel the experience of being one with the universe. Are seeing clearly the sun, moon, stars, and planets. Just disappear into the universal consciousness. Forget your name, your form, all the conditions, your profession, your gender, your country. Forget everything about yourself. Forget your name. Forget your farm. Forget
all the conditionings. Your profession, your gender, your country, everything about yourself. Disappear into that universal consciousness. Lose the identity, the root cause of all the thoughts. Let it disappear into the universal consciousness. Experience the bliss, the fulfilling bliss of the whole universe. Expand and disappear into that universe. Dissolve into the universal consciousness. Be in Nithyananda, the eternal bliss.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please take some flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers to Parandama along with the mantra. Pushpam Yopam Pushpam Veda Pushpavan Prajavan Pashuman Bhavati Chandrama Vapam Pushpam Pushpavan Prajavan Pashuman Bhavati Ya evam Veda Yopamayatatam Veda Ayatanavan Bhavati Pushpai Pujayami. Lift incense sticks in your hand and slowly wave it towards Parandama along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhurasi Dhurva Dhurvantam Dhurvatayyo Osman Dhuratitam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamastam Devanamasi Sasnitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vannitamam Devahutamam Ruthamase Avirdhanam Trigum Hasvamatva Mitrasyatva Chakshusha Prekshe Ma Bherma Samvikta Matva Higum Sisham Dhupamagrapayami. Now, please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Parandama along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Swajata Vedopagninniritim Mama Pashogascha Mahyamavaha Jivanam cha disho disha Mano higumsi jata vedhogamashvam purusham jagat Abhibradagna agahi shriyama paripataya Deepam darshayami. Now, please take a uddarni of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water to Parandama along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvatarayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha madhvihina santoshadhihi madhunaktamutoshasi madhumatparthivagum rajaha madhudyorastu nah pita madhumano vanaspatir madhumagum astu suryaha madhvirgavo bhavantu naha madhu 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 naivedyam nivedayami. Now, please take the arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Parandama along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasanya Sahine Namo Vayam Vaishravanaya Kurmahe Same Kamang Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaishravano Dadato Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि कर्पूरनीराञ्जनं दर्शयामि. Now, in the same space, please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and get ready to receive the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan. What Arjuna witnessed 5,000 years ago. Today, on this very auspicious day of Bhagavad Gita Jayanti, all of us are blessed to witness the Parandhama Vishwarupa Darshan through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोत्तसहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यान्वसून् रुद्रानश्विनौ मरुतस्तथा बहून्यदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरम् मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि न तु मां शक्यते द्रष्टुं मनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुर्पश्यन्ति
भुजमूलं गुरुपदम् ज्ञानमूलं गुरुर्मूर्तिः भुजमूलं गुरुपदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरुर्वाक्यम् मोक्षमूलं गुरुकृपा
கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி புகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி புகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அருள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான குஞ்சமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மறை நான்கின் பொருளுணர்ந்த நாளும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவில் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் பகலுமே உந்திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உண்மை பற்றிட இரண்டு புவனங்களும் உண்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருநிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்றுவிட ஞானம் பெற்றுவிட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுவேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் தரிசனம் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தா 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 ஸ்ரீ அருணகிரீஸ்வர ஈசா மூத்த தமிழ் குடிமக்களினேசா குமரி கண்டமாளும் பரமேசா சங்க தமிழை காக்கும் கைலாசா குட்டி தீர்த்த சிவம் என்று கலத்திடவே கடந்து உள்விருந்த கடவுளி தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் இமயசைவிடி தீட்சிதரின் தரிசனம். பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः. பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः. ஓம் நமோ நமோ நமः சிவாய. 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 பரபிரம்ம ரூபா ரூப ஏதோ மேரே கோபவர் சிவா சிவா. சர்வபுவன பஞ்சகிருத்ய கர்த்தோ குரு சதா சிவா शिवा. कृत्यादि सकल तत्त्वमयमे महासदा शिवा. जङ्गमा जङ्गम अन्तस्थ परब्रह्म परशिव. जन्म मृत्यु चक्रच्छेदक शक्तिदायक आवतार निगमागम पुनरुद्धारक नित्यानन्द परमशिवा. शिवा नित्यानन्द परमशिवा. नित्यानन्द परमशिवा. प्रशत्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्यामे कामाय मह्यं स्वामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वैश्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சரடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி
நேயத்தே நின்றறிமல நடி போற்றி பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவனம் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் கொடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டு என்னை நீ கரம் வந்து காத்து கருணை பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவக்கம் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையார் கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா சிப்பன் மாட சிற்றவதனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வாழ்மழ நீ நேர்ந்திவாடிட சூழ்ந்திட இவர் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் நந்திட மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने अन्नामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் ஒளியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியில் தொழுதோமே யாகினாய் யாகினாய் காணவருமாகினாய் உரியாகினாய் உருவாகினாய் அதுவாகி அருள்படை தரும் கல்வ விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கல்வம் போக்கி எப்பயாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மதியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யானந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் சரணதையோ நயலே காத்திரவா அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய் நித்யானந்தனே பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராய் முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லாரின் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திழைத்தேன் பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றே மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடு
அதனால் திசை கொடு உம்மையாட்கொண்டவா கையாளும் ஈசா கருப்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வா தினமும் போக்க வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உம்மையாட்கொண்டவா தெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா தெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை மயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா குறைந்திடும் ஏறுயிருமையவா நாளும் ஈசா அருப்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வா மீண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு மையாட்கொண்டவா மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் வேறே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே மனதில் இருளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி சொரூபானவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலம் மானிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா வேண்டுமென்று கடல் கடைந்த போது அதில் வரும் நஞ்சை உண்டு பட்டரை காத்துகின்றார் சிவ சிவ சிவமோ நம சிவாயமோ ஹர ஹர என மழை சிவ சிவாயமோ நம சிவாயமோ ககதிமியன காலம் முழங்கும் நாளும் ஈசா அருப்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வா மீண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட்கொண்டவா காட்டில் ஆடிட கண்டு காலரை கால கடந்தாரை கண்டு புள்ளி உடைமானின் தோளானை கண்டு புலியுரை ஆடை புனிதனை கண்டு வெள்ளி பிறை சடையில் சூட்டிட கண்டு வெள்ளி மலை மீது நின்றாரை கண்டு நந்தி பெருமானின் நாயகன் கண்டு நான் மறை வேதநாதன் கண்டு கண்டந்து கண்டவா காண கண்டந்தவா காண்கின்ற காட்சியெல்லாம் கைலாயம் தந்தவா ஓம் சிவ 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 ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் ஹர ஹர என தம்மடை ஓம் சிவ சிவாய ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் அகதிமி என தாளம் முழங்கும் வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூழ்வி நீ வருக வருகவே
அருட்பெருங்கடலே அண்ணாமலை தந்த ஆண்டவனே நித்யானந்த புரிதனிலே அருளாட்சி செய்யும் நித்யானந்தனே ஞானச்சுடரே தியான திருவுருவே நித்யானந்தனே சத்குருநாதனே அருள் தாரும் நித்யானந்தனே ஆடிவா நித்யனே ஆடிவா புகழ் பாடி நின்றோம் விரைந்தோடிவா பக்தியுடன் ஆடவா உன்பதம் நாடவா எமக்கு வேறு என்ன வேண்டும் ஆண்டவா அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா பக்தர் கூடி நின்றோம் காக்க நீயும் வா மறை சொல்லும் பித்தாவா நித்ய சித்தாவா ஞான வித்தை அருள் செய்திட நீ வா மாயை மனம் தன்னை மறைந்தோடச் செய்தாய் நீ தேடும் உயர் வாழ்வை தயை செய்ய வந்தாய் நீ மாயை மனம் தன்னை மறைந்தோடச் செய்தாய் நீ தேடும் உயர் வாழ்வை தயை செய்ய வந்தாய் நீ ஆசையற்றன் யாவும் வென்றாலே அந்த நன்னாளில் ஆண்டவனாய் எம்மை மாற்றுவாய் அருட்கண்ணாலே பேசுகின்ற தெய்வச் சொல்லாலே உயர் மெய்ஞானம் ஓசையின்றி உள்ளம் தன்னிலே இதை செய்வாயே குருவின் வடிவில் இறைவன் இறங்கி உயர்ந்த நிலையை அறியும் முறையை உணர்ந்து கலந்து உணர்த்தும் இனிய கருணம் நித்யானந்த சுரண கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த சுரண ஆனந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்த சுரணம் அருள நீயும் வா தர்மம் காக்க நித்யானந்தனாக வந்தாய் நீ கர்மம் நீக்க நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தந்தாய் நீ தர்மம் காக்க நித்யானந்தனாக வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தந்தாய் நீ அம்மையப்பனாக உலகை ஆளுகின்றாய் நீ உன் சொற்கள் ஞான சத்தியங்கள் யாவும் கேட்க மக்கள் கூடும் கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண ஆனந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் அருள நீயும் வா மானுடத்தின் ரோகம் தன்னை தீர்த்து வைக்கவே அருள் போலை கொண்டு அண்டமதை ஆள வந்தாய் நீ மானுடத்தின் ரோகம் தன்னை தீர்த்து வைக்கவே அருள் போலை கொண்டு அண்டமதை ஆள வந்தாய் நீ எண்ணுகிற எண்ணம் எல்லாமே ஒன்று ஒன்றாக கண்டு எதிர்கொண்டால் நன்மைதான் எனச்சும் நீரே பொங்கி வரும் கங்கை என்றாலும் அலை அழியிலே சங்கமிக்கும் நியதி போலவே இந்த புவியிலே பிறவி பலவும் எடுத்து உலக வலையில் உணர்ந்து திரிந்து முடிவில் நித்திய குருவி பதங்கள் என்னும் பிரபஞ்ச சக்தி தன்னில் சேரும் கொண்டாட்டம் தெய்வீக கொண்டாட்டம் நித்யானந்த பூரணானந்த கொண்டாட்டம் அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா பக்தர் கூடி நின்றோம் காக்க நீயும் வா அருள் தரும் அப்பனேவா நித்யானந்தனேவா நித்யானந்த பூரணம் அருள நீயும் வா.
ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே. அடிமுடி காணாத கண்ணாமலைநாதனே ஆனந்த முருதாங்கி அவனில் உதித்தவனே அடிமுடி காணாத கண்ணாமலைநாதனே ஆனந்த முருதாங்கி அவனில் உதித்தவனே ஜோதிமலை தனிலே சுயமாகி நின்றவனே ஆதி குருநாதனே ஆனந்தனே ஜோதிமலை தனிலே சுயமாகி நின்றவனே ஆதி குருநாதனே ஆனந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தம் 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 நித்யானந்தம்.
சதாசிவன் மன்முகன் போற்றிய பிரம்மத்தின் ஈஸ்வரன் ஆலவாய் தனி வீட்ட சுந்தர பாண்டியன் அம்பலம் தனில் ஆடும் ஆனந்த நடராஜன் அருணைமலை மீதிலே ஆனந்த ஜோதியாய் ஆரணி ஊராகி வந்த நித்யானந்தனே அருணைமலை மீதிலே ஆனந்த ஜோதியாய் ஆரணி ஊராகி வந்த நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே.
திருவே குருவாகி திருவடி தலை காட்டி அருவே உருவாகி ஆனந்தம் தனை ஊட்டி திருவே குருவாகி திருவடி தலை காட்டி அருவி உருவாகி ஆனந்தம் தனை ஊட்டி அவனியில் அவலங்கள் ஆழ்ந்துயர் தனை நீக்கி ஆனந்தமாகிட வந்த நித்யானந்தனே அவனியில் அவலங்கள் ஆழ்ந்துயர் தனை நீக்கி ஆனந்தமாகிட வந்த நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே ஆனந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே.
ஜீவனை சிவமாக்கி சித்திகள் பல தந்து
கனி தாங்கி மலைமகள் பார்வதி மனம் கவர் மகேசன் காவியுடை தாங்கி சடகங்கை கனை தாங்கி மலைமகள் பார்வதி மனம் கவர் மகேசன் ஆலவாயே சரவன் யோகியரின் ரூபமாய் வந்த நித்யானந்தமே ஆலவாயே சரவன் யோகியரின் ரூபமாய் வந்த நித்யானந்தமே சசரி சதா தத்த சத பத மக சரி கபத சா
சசரி சரத்த தத்த சத பத மக சரி கபத சா
கரி கரி சரி சரி சத கபத சகரி
சரி சத 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 பசரி கபத சா
சக்கரி பக்காத பசாதரி சகரி சா
கண்டவர் விண்ணிடவும் விண்ணவர் போற்றிடவும் கண்கவர் ரூபமாய் காணாதவர் கண்டிடவும் கண்டவர் விண்ணிடவும் விண்ணவர் போற்றிடவும் கண்கவர் ரூபமாய் காணாதவர் கண்டிடவும் இடை மீது ஏறியே விமலனா வீசனம் सुंदर सुंदर नाचे सुंदर नित्यानंद श्याम
सुंदर सुंदर नाचे सुंदर नित्यानंद श्याम
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is spa manifestation. Everything decides as you want. You become the Kalpatru of your life. A new species, beyond the mind, as a superconscious being. Paramashiva becomes reality. It's a science because millions have experienced that and each one of us can experience that. Science of spa manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. Just by listening to the pramanas, the evidences, the cognitive shift that happens beyond your logical thinking mind, there exists a space, consciousness, which can be manifested as your 100% reality. And for the power of clairvoyance, the pramanas, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas as pure science and Agamas as applied science. Apta Pramana, the experience and results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Yoginis, Yogis, Rishikas, even emperors and grahasthas, who are the authority of Hinduism, who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase to the world the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers, initiated into the science of power manifestation by Bhagavan himself and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully said how in the Avatar Shastra, the devotees, disciple, Balasans and Bhagavan himself gone through the scientific study, the prefrontal cortex becomes so active, which is responsible for the discoveries, inventions, auspiciousness and healing and bliss. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana for the power of clairvoyance is from Shiva Samhita. 5.8384.
Important for us to experience the higher reality. Let's go to the Shastra.
Is taken from the Shiva Samhita 5.83. Jnananya cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura shrishti dura drishti swechaya kagatam vrajet Jnananya cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura shrishti dura drishti swechaya kagatam vrajet.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, for the power of clairvoyance, the scriptural reference is taken from Shiva Samhita 5.8384. He gets immeasurable knowledge, is experiential knowledge, known at the past, present, future time. The Dura Shrishti and Dura Drishti, the power to see anything beyond what we have the visual sight, like 7 times us, or able to see or hear anything beyond about 7 times our size. If we are able to perceive, smell, feel, or we have all the 5 senses which we can experience, then we have the power of clairvoyance. Beautifully, Bhagavan says how we can experience this great power, even walk on air or just become omniscience, where you can download any knowledge from the reality. How Bhagavan is giving us all these great signs again and again, initiating us into the power of third eye to see anything beyond what we perceive, to feel anything beyond what we perceive as the logical distance. Any of the 5 senses is nothing but a tool, how you have in the computer different apps. Same thing, you have multiple levels of apps which can be manifested. Power of third eye. The integrity destroys the obsessive compulsive pattern, which clears the whole space for you to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan says, what is integrity? Integrity is like a library. How you would take a book from a library, you have to return it in the same spot. Then the library function fine. Otherwise, it's a chaos. Same way, what word you give it to yourself or others, both has to be kept. If the word is lost, then we lose the integrity and completely we are not able to hold that space again and again. Bhagavan beautifully says how when you do yoga, it's not just a movement of the body, but you integrate your whole sorry for the technical glitch. The integrity, how you have the integrity to for the words that you gave somebody, you tell them that it is time 8 o'clock, but actually it is 6 o'clock. Just casually utter. Even if you give the word to somebody, if you don't complete, it destroys the Vak Shakti, it destroys the power. And if you again align and complete, it restores it back and the Vak Shakti is back, that it is 6 o'clock. The same way, any word to given to yourself also, if we are not integrated, we lose everything. It starts from the integrity to the time and integrity to the word. But as we grow, it becomes the integrity to the principles. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you flower into the next level of integrity, it flowers into the integrity of the principles, the context that you are living. Paramashiva is real. Then it grows into the integrity of the space where you become oneness with Paramashiva. All these great signs, again and again, Bhagavan is teaching us to make us understand how we can align ourselves to the highest consciousness. When we do yoga, our feelings, our emotion, and our body all aligns to the cosmic geometry. There's much more than our logical thinking in this world to understand. If we understand from the higher picture, we'll understand we are not just the matter, we are consciousness, energy, spirit, or witness or awareness. If we understand how we can exist as consciousness instead of just the matter alone, that will make us the enlightened space, Nirvikalpa Samadhi space, where you can manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Somebody asked Bhagwan, you're so integrated, then why Kalabhaiva did not protect you and your body was poisoned? Bhagwan beautifully answers all these great signs that we have to understand. He says, when there is a missing link, how you understand in your life when something goes chaotic, a root shock happens, you think there is something wrong happening. Instead, Bhagwan only looks at us as Kalabhaiva is regenerating the whole thing into a new happening. So he says so beautifully that, oh, he was making my body as Kayakalpa body. And that is all this was a missing link that we did not understand logically. And everything because he sees auspiciousness, abundance, and only Kalabhairava, Arunagiri Yogeshwara filling him all the time. He only sees that Paramashiva can do only auspiciousness and bring all the bliss and abundance to his life. Such a beautiful space. When we understand that higher cognition, we simply surrender to the Guru and start manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. When Paramahamsa Yogananda was young, his Guru Swami, he asked to call the Kedarnath Babu, and he was searching for everything and went to call him. But simply he said, oh, he is walking in 30 minutes to the door. And soon you open the door, he said, and he will be there. And this is from Autobiography of Yogi, chapter 3, page 14. Just by the thought, he was able to bring a person who he wants inside. All this is a great possibility when you understand that how you're not just alone, you're all connected. Like if you understand the string theory, everything in cosmos is connected and we manifest what we want as reality, connecting to everybody in our own dimension. Bhagwan beautifully explains about Bhairava and yoginis.
I was not even conscious. I was conscious of whole happening. And it was a very auspicious, ecstatic, joyful experience. It was not painful. It was an auspicious, joyful experience. My mother also said that it was a very easy delivery. She was also saying, very easy delivery. One more thing. This is the very beautiful experience which I am sharing first time. Till the age of 3, till I met the Raghupati Yogi, who was my first teacher, till I met him and till he initiated me, whenever I was alone, I used to see 11 people around me. Whenever I was alone, whether I was put in the bed or any time, I used to see 11 people around me. And I used to think, actually now only I say whenever I am alone, 11 people used to be around me. That time I used to think they used to be always around me. They are some relatives. I never had the idea that they are not my relatives. They are not my relatives. My house used to be too filled with too many people. It's like a giant family. You don't know who is who and what is what, and who is whose husband or whose daughter and all those things. It's a giant family. And I never used to know my relatives or family people and all those things. 11 people used to be always around me. So I thought something like just like a normal thing. Only after I met Raghupati Yogi, the moment he initiated me, I'll describe later on how the initiation happened and all those things. The moment he initiated me, all the 11 have disappeared. And I've never seen them again. When I asked Raghupati Yogi, he was shocked and he said, they must be Bhairavas. Bhairavas? Maybe they were protecting your body. And I neither understood
nor appreciated his comment. I neither understood his comment nor appreciated what he meant. And I just left it. In my young age, I used to have a notebook in which I'll write all the stories which I hear from the saints, or some instructions. This Raghupati Yogi is a person, very meticulous person. Whenever he teaches me something, he will force me to write down. Anyhow, fortunately, my mother preserved all those notebooks. We got the notebooks, now it is in the ashram. We should thank her for preserving all these beautiful relics. She has preserved the whole thing, because after I left the house, the family went through a lot of change. Means the house shifting from place to place. Some 3-4 places they shifted the house. She did not protect the furnitures or all the other things which she had in the house, but she protected all these things very carefully. Actually, in the notebook, I have written in my own hand, maybe around the age of 10 or something, about this 11 Bhairavas also. Before eating, I used to do morning puja. In the puja time, I'll repeat this, all the God's names. In that, I used to repeat these 11 Bhairavas names. Because this Raghupati Yogi said, later on when I read Sharada Devi's life, I realized Sharada Devi was also protected by 8 Sakhis of Devi when she was a baby. When she was a baby, 8 Sakhis of Devi, 8 attendants of Devi used to be always with Sharada Devi. She says, only when I read that, I understood the comment of this Raghupati Yogi. Earlier, I was neither able to understand nor able to appreciate. Actually, I asked Raghupati Yogi, then why did they disappear now? He said, now they have handed over you to me because now I am taking care. There is no need for them to be here. That's the reason they are not around you. They are not here physically. This Raghupati Yogi is one of my great inspiration. I can say he's a first teacher. Even though he himself is not an enlightened person, he happened in my life for a purpose. I can say my whole physical strength I vow to him. My body is able to be alive and hold the enlightenment. See, enlightenment is like bringing some 3-4 elephants into this small hut.
Shakshi Pramanas. Beautifully, Bhagavan explained how 11 Bhairavas protected him, and how Sharada Devi, who we thought like a simple person, she was protected by the Sakhis. So beautiful, all this great revelation that Bhagavan gives us to understand we are not alone here in this planet. There's so much is happening and much more possibilities in each of us. Here, the In Awakening participant, he clearly describes the power of clairvoyance.
Then apply the Nyananjana on the betel leaf, and when that happened, the very first question that someone asked me was to describe the view they had from their balcony when they were in Sydney. Now, sitting here, I clearly described his entire view that he had when he would look out of his balcony when he was in Sydney. The only thing was it was reversed, but everything I described was there. The way the buildings were placed, the way the roads were placed when he would look down, the way the beach side was, which side it was, everything clearly I described. The colors of the buildings. And since then, there are a few more things that I've just been able to see if anyone asks me. Like when I was scanning one day, I was scanning and trying to see my sister. And when I looked into the betel leaf, I saw my sister sitting at work. I saw the window at her side. I saw a few people around her, so I immediately called her. And I asked her, are you at work? And are you wearing on white clothes? And is there someone around you who's dressed like this? And he looks like this with a beard and a mustache. And she said everything was spot on. So I could see, and I described, and I even got the confirmation from her immediately that what I saw was right. So then
Beautiful, he described what he saw and what he experienced, and what it was is absolutely right. Now we are going to use the power of third eye and manifest the power of seeing, identifying any person beyond 30 feet. Like you can have call to your friends, your families, and tell them today you're going to scan them and who are there, in which room they are or which place they are, what dress they are wearing and how are they seated. All that we are going to describe, and whatever Paramashiva shows, note it down accurately and call them and ask them if that is exactly matching with what is happening in the scene currently. Don't do something past, and let's do it current live for your friends and family, and they will be shocked how you can see everything from the power of third eye. Beautifully, Bhagwan gives us the space for us to expand. The Kailash courtyard is like Garbha Mandir, Bhagwan says. Each of these power manifestation, not just some small exercise, but it is like how you take some pill. It is there for few days, how it takes care of your body. Same way, it is the vaccine of the world, how Bhagwan gives us beyond our mind. There exists consciousness. And when we experience consciousness is the absolute vaccine against anything. You are the bliss. You are the healing power. You are the creator of your world. You can manifest anything you want as reality. You become the Kalpatru. And experiencing that just by sitting straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the listening to your third eye. If you live out of your third eye, you are manifesting powers. If you live out of the lower three chakras, you are in obsessive, compulsive, reactionary space. So absolute unclutching from thoughts. How the thoughts can become quiet. Bhagwan says, if you have listening to your third eye, through your third eye, how you use your ears for hearing, he says, use your third eye for listening. When you listen through your third eye, immediately you feel your third eye tingling and you feel awakened. And through your third eye, start listening to what you are going to be chanting. And that is the most important part. When we start chanting, since chanting does not have visualization, verbalization, it takes you beyond the materialistic world into consciousness. Again and again, the power, it's not how you chant, but power of the words uttered in the chant has more power than us, which manifest as reality. With sound, they have even cut a tree. The possibility of sound and how it reacts to the world we have seen in the scientific world. When you chant the mantra, you transform from the materialistic world into consciousness. How in the deep sleep? You are in consciousness, the same state but with full awareness. That's why absolute unclutching, complete completion, understanding what you are experiencing in the outer world is not the way you perceive. You can manifest anything you want as reality. So completely unclutch from the outer world, anger, frustration, depression, attention need, jealousy, greed, whatever is going on in your mind. Just complete completion that all the clouds does not touch the sky. Same way, all this is not you. It is the parasite sitting in you. All we need is detox. We are the pure soul. However horrible things happen in our life, the person sleeps just like anybody else. That proves that we are not touched by anything. So go into the deep space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with Paramashiva, in deep gratitude and deep yearning for Paramashiva to become your reality. By deep surrender and gratitude, you can experience that. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya, experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of clairvoyance, identifying the person details from at any location. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with the deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashivam overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes and whatever Paramashiva has shown, please share with your friends and family through WhatsApp to Facebook Messenger and ask them if the whatever received as prasada, as Bhagwan himself seeing through the third eye through all of us, is a blessing for anybody. So ask them if they are wherever they are and whatever they're doing and what they're wearing, the colors, everything. Verify the detail. And if you can even ask them for a picture, that's excellent. You can post it at the end of the session. Now we'll have one more cycle of manifesting the power of clairvoyance. Even if you smell something or hear something, or you feel like you feel something cold, write down all the details, not just the colors or the person or the place. Write down all the five senses. It's like literally how in the deep sleep you create the dream. Those people are actually sleeping, but you are able to create wherever they want to be, in whatever age they are, and you're able to bring down the person's age, bring up your page. You like not only you time travel, you can make anybody time travel. And you see even people who are dead, they come in your dream and they give you blessing. So all this is a possibility in us. That's why Bhagavan says we don't vanish anywhere, we are always there. In different lokas, different possibilities, we exist, and all we do is connect to everything by consciousness. We know everything exists as we want, and we just keep creating how we want to manifest. The death is only for the mind. There is no death for the body. We only take it and cremate it. So there is nothing for consciousness. We are eternal. So who we are is the consciousness in all these. Bhagavan beautifully says, Ramana Maharshi was asked by Vivekananda, have you seen God? And Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and Ramakrishna Paramahamsa replied saying, I can see God more real than you. And so beautifully, when somebody asks the same question to Vivekananda, have you seen God? He replies even more the next level. He says, only through God I can even see you. Only through Paramashiva, by his grace, we can even start this vehicle called body and experience these senses. Without consciousness reflecting in this intelligent system, the kosha, we are not able to function at all. So through the consciousness, only we experience the five senses. The more we start living that as reality, more we will understand the higher science, higher definition, how you can travel anywhere, you can see anything, you can go beyond or rewind or fast forward time, because literally time depends on thoughts, and thoughts are zero. Time you brought with zero, you can now play with the time. Simply the higher reality starts revealing. That is why discoveries and inventions and anything was a possibility. They could just tell the distance between the sun and the moon to the accurate level. The Surya Siddhanta has documented all these greater things. That's only because they understood they are consciousness. which is existing everywhere and all are connected in oneness space. When you deeply surrender and deep gratitude, you are experiencing Paramashiva as your reality. So whoever's place, whatever they're eating or they're doing, you can even smell, you can even taste, and you can tell them to that extent how it was and what it was. So we'll have one more cycle, very powerful round. Just unclutch from everything. We just had the darshan, the Vishwarupa darshan. All of us sit with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands as Venkateshwara, Parandama, and just get connected to him in deep oneness of earning and chant the Mahavakya continuously with a deep listening. You will experience the higher reality, the ultimate. Paramashiva is real, manifesting the power of clairvoyance.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever prasada you have received from Bhagavan today after the darshan, initiation, powerful cognition, and power manifestation, the prasada, share it with the world. Always in any puja, you share the prasada with the world so that it becomes everybody's prasada that they also receive. So don't forget to share in your social media or in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. You can see the link under Bhagwan's picture. You can share and thank Bhagwan for all the showering that he is doing every single day for us to raise us to consciousness. Paramashiva is real. Parandama is real. And so beautiful, if you see the $sign, you can offer your donation at Bhagwan's lotus feet. And thank you, Lakshmi Ma and Perumalaya and Shankar Ravi Shankar, Shanti Ravi Shankar. Thank you so much for all your contribution to Kailasa at Bhagwan's lotus feet. The more and more we contribute, we are building the Kailasa in our inner space. If we go to any temple, that is why we offer the hundi. When you offer all that you have, that whole thing, you are Paramashiva, becomes flowering inside you. That is what is the ultimate gift that you can give yourself. Thanking all of you here, collective consciousness, collective integrity, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva all over the world. All of us holding that Paramashiva is real is such a beautiful space. Thanking all of you for that. And let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation, everything to Bhagwan's lotus feet, raising ourselves into the space of oneness with Paramashiva. With deep gratitude and earning, Paramashiva is real, Parandama is real, and holding that as a powerful cognition, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after the next darshan or satsang in Kailash Kotya manifesting power session. Thank you, Nithyanandam.